Okay, just bear with me a few minutes. I'm sorting out a few things here, and then we'll get on our way. Getting there slowly. Bear with me. Okay. Let's get inside the aeroplane. It's a bit quieter in here, isn't it? Just make sure the controls are working. It's looking good. Okay. We'll get the engine running and leave it on takeover while we're sat here on the ground. So let's switch over to the left tank and fire up the engine, I guess. And while it's sat there running, it'll obviously be generating electricity, or that's the hope. We can see some numbers over here. Volts 13.4, amps 27. Yep, it's all looking good. We'll let it tick over for a while and warm up while we go and put on some flight planning. So we are going to be using, let me just get rid of some windows here so we don't get things appearing and disappearing all the time. We don't need that open. Okay, we're down to the bare minimum now. So we're taking off from Picton Aerodrome, NZPN. Set origin, NZPN. Enter. And the first leg, we'll just put the first few legs in and then we'll do the rest while we're en route. NZNS. So we can go insert after NZNS. This is the PMS50 GTN. Sorry, yeah, PMS50 GTN 750 radio kit. If you've not seen it before, it's a free download off the internet. NZMK. NZMK. Enter. NZTK. Then on to Karamea, NZKM, NZKM, enter. Then on to Westport, NZWS, NZWS, enter. Okay, that's the first few waypoints sorted out. We can do some more as we go along, or as we get to those points. I'll probably stop at Westport for a break, to be honest. Go grab a coffee. Okay, so our first leg is 33 miles across the eastern coast of the South Island of New Zealand. So just to show where we are on the map, That's Australia, that's New Zealand. We're going to basically, I have the flight plan sketched in. Don't know if we'll do it all today, but I'm going to fly off at 252 degrees off towards Nelson. So we go back in here, we can look at the map, we can zoom out a bit. Oops, wrong way. There we go. Perfect. Right. Flaps to take off position. Don't need much flaps in this thing. This is the Van's RV-14, by the way. It's a lovely little aeroplane. Release the wheel brakes. Runway's directly behind us, or should I say the lead up to the runway. See if we can see over that crest by sitting up in our seat. Not quite. Okay. Full throttle. I'll check the volumes in a minute. I'll just get in the air first. And we're airborne. Flaps up. This thing climbs like an absolute crazy thing, doesn't it? Look at that scenery. I've set the time for 7 AM using live weather though, so whatever's happening in New Zealand today, we're going to get on the flight. Okay, let's have a look then at the volume levels for one thing. So yeah, it's a bit loud, isn't it? We'll turn that down to 25. We can see our route down here, where we're going to be going. We'll hand fly for a little way and see how it goes. Right, we're going out over those hills. Start climbing. So we were going very fast anyway. We'll cut this back to about 50% throttle once we're in cruise. Scoot across the cockpit. Turn my own volume down slightly. So let's have a look and see how we set the autopilot on this thing. So we've got heading, and so heading is the inner knob, altitude is the outer knob. So we can, there's our target altitude. So It's a good point actually. I didn't calibrate the altimeter, I've just done so. So if we set for 5,000 feet here, so okay, so 5,000 feet is set. We should then be able to go to nav mode on the autopilot, so that's got wing level VOR, so if we switch it on, go nav, it's not in the correct CDI mode yet. Here it goes, GPS mode, and we want to say what we're at 4,500 feet, so if we go vertical speed mode, it should keep going up 500 feet a minute until we get to 5,000 and then stop. Oh, Tony Dark Zero, yeah, he's just commenting about the it's too hot for VR at the moment. It's crazy hot outside, isn't it? Okay, how are we doing on the speed? Now I have to be mindful of our altitude, so I'm going to pull the mixture back to 50% mixture. And we are on our way. Let's see how much cutting the engine back to 50% really affects it. It is making quite a difference, isn't it? So we'll push it open. What's the RPM? And so RPM at 75% or 80% throttle is 2,700. So it's a constant speed propeller. That's because of the propeller speed here. But then you've got manifold. Yeah, it's just into the yellow. So I'm going to hold it just outside the yellow, and we should be good. Curious Bee said, mind if I join in? Of course you can. In fact, I need to post elsewhere online what I'm up to see if anybody else wants to join in. I quite often fly with a group called Virtual Flight Online, so I'm just about to tell them what I'm up to. So, Discord. Okay, that's that done. Let's see who turns up. Curious Bee is saying having trouble getting the sim to start, keeps sticking at the syncing data bit. That's a bit strange. I wonder if there's a network issue going on. Okay, how are we doing? Let's have a look outside. I'm more inclined to actually go fly these valleys because I think it'd be more fun. Yeah, let's do that. So we're coming into the first airfield in a few miles' time. The first airfield, according to Little Nav Map, is Nelson. It's right down on the bay. So yeah, elevation of the runway is 14 feet above sea level. My in-sim username is John Beckett. JONBECKETT. Yeah, I should type the answers to some of these questions, shouldn't I? So other people can see them in the stream, I guess. So yeah, MSFS Xbox username is John Beckett. Okay, coming in towards Nelson. If we have a look at the map, it's in the bottom of the bay down here, and the runway is alongside the bay. So wind is 5 knots from the southwest, so we'll come in runway 20. So if we do a direct approach, we'll turn right now, come down over this headland and slow down. Should we zoom out on the other map as well? Okay, Curious, I'll see you soon. So, touch and go at Nelson coming up. There's the airfield down here. Somebody made a real mess of cleaning the canopy on this, didn't they? So I'm bringing the fuel mixture back up as we descend. There's the airstrip down there. Right, let's get rid of some of this speed. Okay, we have flaps out. Enough for a touch and go anyway. The van's cruising speed, it seems to be able to do about 140, maybe 150 if you push it. So it's similar to things like the Caravan or the Kodiak or anything of that sort of class. Right, full throttle. Gently pull back, and we're back in the air. So this is the Vans 14A, which has the tricycle undercarriage, which is just me being lazy, really. Have less work to do on the runway. Okay, next leg is from Nelson to Motueka. That's probably not how you pronounce it. November Zulu Mike Kilo. So 293 degrees. Or we just go for altitude hold on the autopilot. Play games with this, couldn't we? Take it to 2,500 feet, maybe as a standard cruising height for our journey. So I've just put this back onto nav mode on the GPS. It's me again, me being lazy, letting the autopilot take the stress out while I do some sightseeing. So, if we go to window, open window layout and minimal in little nav map, we can then make this smaller and put it in the corner of the screen so you get to see it as well. So you can see where we are and where we're going. So on our way to Motueka, and Banana Dave 89 has spawned in. Very cool. So when I want to get a quick look at little nav map, we can just have a quick look on here. Look, makes it much easier. Motueka Airport. Motueka Airport. Is it Motueka or Motueka? We need a local to tell us that, I guess. And then off up to Takaka. Where did these clouds come from? Yeah, this thing on about 80% throttle, 85% is doing just touching on 160 knots, which is just into the yellow band on its airspeed. If I cut it back to 50%, I think it drops to about 130 knots. F. McLeod is saying, "Do you see me? I'm waving from the ground." Somewhere down there, maybe. Okay, how are we doing on the map? Should we put this one on full screen? Because we've got the map over there. That's fine, isn't it? We've got two maps and the and the primary flight display. Okay, so we are approaching Motueka, and I got another person from the local group joining in. Okay, I've just come off the autopilot, so let's cut the engine back. So we're going to check the wind again. So wind is from the southwest, 2 knots. There's no wind really, so we should be going for runway 20 technically, but it's not going to make any difference. Just looking for the airfield out here. It must be hidden in the trees. Is this it here? Let's go turn and give ourselves at least an approach. Sit up over the top of the canopy, with the top of the engine cover, I mean. Okay, we're not quite there yet. There's the river in the distance. We're looking in the right direction. Is this it here? I think it is. It's just down here. Okay, we are going slow enough for flaps already, so let's go for full flaps this time. I thought this was going to be a paved runway. Ah. I think I'm looking. Yes, I'm looking at another strip. There's obviously there's a grass strip down here, but there's the official runway. This is a much nicer runway.
500.
Sit up a little bit so we can see over the engine cover. There's a lot of aeroplanes here. Full throttle. And we're back up. I will say this van is very, very easy to fly. Should we do a circle of the airfield before we depart? It's interesting that the image on my screen is much smoother than the image that goes to YouTube. I think it's to do with the transcoding and OBS just not keeping up. Okay, so next leg, if we go back to pop up little nav map on the screen, we may see some other aeroplanes nearby. Apparently they are just taking off. Banana Dave is just coming down the end of the runway. So if we look round, if he's got his nav lights on and his strobes, we should see him. There he is. Just there. Don't know if you'll see that on YouTube. On a 4K monitor, he's showing up as one blinking pixel at the moment. Okay. It's amazing scenery, isn't it? Pull the mixture back, so we're getting quite high. Also going to have a look at the fuel levels across the two tanks. Yeah, let's run it off the right tank for a while. We don't want to get the offset between the two different. Okay, so we're probably heading for about 5,000 feet again, aren't we? So let's take this up on the autopilot to 5,000, and we'll go back on the autopilot. We'll go for nav mode and vertical speed mode. Thousand feet per minute. That means we can look around. Look at this scenery, it's crazy, isn't it? So Banana Dave, hi John, thought I'd pop in for a little fly with you. Oh, nice to see you. Heading towards, what's our next airfield? 21 miles up to Takaka. Is it Takaka? Takaka? Really no idea. 310 degrees. So I'm on the autopilot, so my plane will straighten itself out any moment soon, hopefully. Yeah, which it's doing. It's turning right. I think the vans might become my favourite for doing sightseeing kind of flights, just because the visibility is so good and it's so easy to fly. Although saying that, oh excuse me, I kind of like the challenge of the things like the Globe Swift, where you haven't got anything and it's just down to you, and you have to kind of babysit the aeroplane a little bit. Should we get rid of this taskbar off the bottom of the screen? Behaviours, automatically hide, go. That's better, isn't it? He says, famous last words. I thought we just told that to hide. Do we have to apply it or something? That's better. Curious Bee just took off from Takaka, flying to you now. Oh, awesome. I haven't got labels on, so I'll only see you when you hit me. If you put your nav lights on, though, it'd be useful. Okay, let's go inside. So you can see just down here on the coast we should find Takaka, so let's come off the autopilot. Start descending. Cut the engine back so we don't accelerate too much. So if I was to ease this to be earlier in the morning, I'll probably see you on nav lights. Oh no. Are you on Southeast Asia? Aha! So somebody else with labels on can see them. Yeah, because I can see... Ah, there you go. You're both behind me. I can see you both now. I'm going to adjust my time a little bit just to make it a bit brighter. Okay, so which way's the wind? 4 knots from the west. So it should be runway 18, I guess. Although there is a grass... So, no, there's 2 strips, so runway 29. That would work. So there's runway 29. Just over the hill. Yeah, I'm only doing a touch and go, so I'm not really worried about it being a short runway. Bleeding some speed off. Ooh, the sim has paused. Interesting. Wonder if it's going to crash. Freezing in time here. Oh, and it's woken back up. Okay, so the speed isn't coming off as much as I would like, so I'm going to side slip the aeroplane. Viciously, and that didn't really work, did it? That's interesting. It stalled it magnificently. Okay, flaps down. Now it can. I have to practice side slipping the RV-14 then. It's a bit violent the way it tips into it. That's the stall warning. Oh, I've just took out the signs on the wrong way. Interesting. What is going on here? I appear to have lost the engine. And now I've got it back. An unintended full stop there. Okay, next leg is 207 degrees, 14 miles across the hills to Karamea. There is an easier route if we go further north rather than going straight over the top of the hills. We can skirt north and miss a lot of them out. Although saying that, there's just hills everywhere around here, aren't there? So maybe if your airplane can climb, we can go direct. So let's try it. Just trimming out, so autopilot on. It's on GPS mode, so I just need to set a vertical speed, which I will do now. Go for 1500 feet a minute, given that this hill is directly in front of us. And I'm watching the airspeed with interest. Coming up through 2000 feet very soon, so I'm going to cut the mixture at 3000 feet. I can't maintain 1500 feet a minute. Playing with the engine. Anybody can fly with us, just reading the live stream. Haynes R said not enough time for a quick smoke during the last pause. I don't smoke. Roman Pro RKD. If anybody says anything vaguely political in the live stream, I will boot you. And I'll make no apology for it. I can see your nav lights behind me. It was a bit of a climb, wasn't it? And I need to go up again. I'm not high enough. So let's have a look at the controls. Let's go to 6,000 feet at a vertical speed of 1500. It's remembered, which is good. Yeah, I can see your nav lights behind me. Is that a Bonanza? Or is that a famous flight sim substitution? Okay, how are we doing on the routes? Oh, I don't actually want to do that. I want to zoom out, don't I? We're on our way now to Karamea, straight across the top of the hills. So I'm going to go for another 1,000 feet. So Dave is asking, what is the RV like? I was looking at it before deciding whether to get it or not. It's really good. It's so easy to fly. I think the only thing that goes against it for me, and this is just personal preference, is I actually prefer steam gauges to the glass cockpits. But if you've got the PMS 50 GTN 750 radio stack, it makes it much nicer. Otherwise you get the 530, is it? The one that comes with Flight Sim, which is a bit rubbish. You know, it's a pain in the backside to dial in the flight route with the dials. I mean, okay, you can load it in from the sim, but I tend to do everything in the aeroplane. Okay, we're just coming up to 7,000 feet. Shady Sim is in a spit. Oh, we'll see the engine go on fire soon then. Dave is saying, yeah, I prefer them to, but I have the free version of the PMS 50, which is handy. Yeah, it is. It's so quick to enter routes into, isn't it? This is just a free version. I haven't bothered with the paid version. I haven't actually looked into how you get any of the extra stuff to work, like the terrain or the weather or the charts. I guess charts is just Navigraph, isn't it? But yeah, I don't know how the weather works. Sirius XM, FISB, Connext. I'm presuming these are all add-ons for the simulator. Kieran Jones, evening, how goes it? It goes pretty well. Flying across the top of the hills on the South Island of New Zealand. So if we go and have a look at Little Nav Map, see where we are. We're just coming towards Karamea. So there'll be a big descent to the other side of the hills, probably some circling involved to get down from 7,000 feet, although we've got maybe 10 miles maybe to descend. There's a little gang of us running transmitter at the moment, by the look of it. There's another aeroplane over there. Is that the Spitfire? I haven't got a Spitfire, so I'm not going to see it as a Spitfire. Seeing as it's doing some aerobatics, it probably is. So Tony Dark Zero says you need the paid version of the GTN 750 for the extras. Aha, that'll be why then. It's a subscription though, isn't it? It's not a purchase outright, which I don't really mind because I work as a software developer, so you do continually work on things. So to expect people to get something once is a bit of a pain. Sim with Elliot says hello, hello. Curious B says I don't have the transmitter as yet. Yeah, it's a tiny little program. I wrote it ages ago when Flight Sim first came out, because I regularly fly online, or I did back then, with a group called My Air, who do ATC, and some of us were transitioning over to Flight Sim, and the only option to see where each other were on the map back then was a program called JoinFS, which not only broadcasts your position but also actually injects the aeroplane into another simulator, which we don't need in Flight Sim if everybody's running Flight Sim. But back in the days when everybody had like X-Plane or FSX or P3D or Flight Sim 2020, it kind of solved it, but it was really ropey. So Dave's saying, I love transmitter. I was doing an air ambulance mission in Neofly in the 135 and found 4 people doing the same down in the H145s. Went and joined them and had a fly around. Yeah, it's good fun. So what it actually takes advantage of is, in a little nav map, there's this tools and options and online flying. So this reads a data file. So what I did is I went and looked at VATSIM and IVAO, and you can obviously see their data files if you go and search for them online. But the only difference, the reason I use the IVAO format is IVAO published the standard, or the format with instructions, so I was able to follow it. So I just made a little online web service. So when you run transmitter, every second it pumps your location up to the internet via just a GET request, just hitting a URL with the parameters on the end. And that is a little PHP script that sticks it in a database. And then when you put the other URL into little navmap, it just reads from that database and publishes it in the correct format for it to understand it. So it's a really, really simple little application. The bit that's a bit more clever is if you go in Virtual Flight Online and say who is online, there is a view of Google Maps with everybody on it, and you get a table below. Not only that, it shows you the last 30 days worth in show history of where people have been using it, where they last transmitted from. So yeah, that's a bit more clever, because obviously it's showing lots and lots more data, and you can click on an aeroplane and see all about it. But again, it's using the same data. So Kieran's asking, how are you liking the RV? I've been pondering on picking it up. It's fantastic for sightseeing, because look at the visibility. The only thing I don't like, and again this is accurate of the real plane, is it's got this really cheap sun visor thing that you can pull it down, but it just looks a bit naff. I'd rather not have it there at all. But then, it's kind of an experimental home-built aircraft kind of project, so you can't complain. I mean, you look around inside; it's very sparse here and there. It's immensely strong, though. Oh well, someone's just it's like the Spitfire that's showing up as a big jet. It probably is. But yeah, the RV-14 is fantastic fun, and because it's Simwork Studios, isn't it? And they're the same people who made the Kodiak, and they've done a really good job with it. I mean, everything in the cockpit that is there works. Okay, even the jettison canopy lever works, and I'm not going to do it now. So somebody's flying along with us in an A320. So if we go show information, Rory. Okay. Right, we can start descending, can't we? Could do a wing over, I guess, seeing as we're in a vaguely aerobatic aeroplane, so we could go wee. Do this military style. Go swooping down through the valleys. We're nearly at overspeed, oh my word. 180 knots. That's the one thing about the RV, it is actually 3D aerobatic. It's pretty cool. Okay, so I'm looking at the inlet out there. Let's have a look at the map. So the airport is to the right of the inlet. In fact, there are two inlets. It's in between the two, okay, but nearer to the left inlet. XP11 Aviator is saying hello. Rubberdeck says, can't join you again today. Happy flight, buddy. Yep. Well, thanks for joining us for the time you did. Kieran, well, honestly, that's all the convincing I need. Absolutely love those sight lines. Yeah, being able to just look around the aeroplane. It's just glass all the way around. From outside, you can see you're in the bubble canopy basically. And it's very small. It's short field performance is great as well. Once you get used to it, you can land on a sixpence basically. And there's the tricycle undercarriage variant, the 14A. XP11 Aviator, I have a question. I use OBS as a screen recorder, but when I use it, I lose about 10 to 15 frames per second. Which simulator? I don't really lose any frames through using OBS. Richard Reed says, hi there Jonathan, nice flight, love the lovely looking simulator. First time on your stream. Nice to see you. So I've just seen the airfield just down there. I presume that's the airfield anyway. We're too high and too fast, which is the story of my life. Now I'm just going to check. Yeah, that is the correct airstrip. Going far too fast, you see, so I'm just going to side slip us massively just to drop the flaps back down, pull us back. Look how viciously you can side slip it. It's mad, isn't it? It would help if I straightened the view up so I was actually looking where I was going. It's a bit of a side wind, isn't there? We're being pushed into that left verge. Quite a lot of right rudder there to hold it straight. Yeah, look at that. We're having to crab along the runway. Whoops, there's another aeroplane there. Should we watch him go in? Okay, next leg for us is along the coast basically to Westport. So keep the land on your left. Right, so catching up with the live stream. Hey guys, how's everyone doing from Cami Cam Demos? Yeah, we're doing good. That was a nice long runway, I will have to say. I wasn't expecting that in the middle of nowhere. Should we go and fly along the beach? Yeah, I guess that's the onshore breeze, wasn't it, that we saw that was pushing us into the verge of the runway? Because the sun is so low, we haven't got a shadow, so we're going to have to be really careful. Okay, how are we doing? It's a beautiful part of the world, isn't it? So if we just pull up the map while we're doing this bit, and we'll make it so it's not so big. Get rid of that. And maybe make that narrower for the moment. I need to keep an eye on the fuel, don't I? How's the fuel burn going? About the same at the moment between left and right, which is good. So next airfield we're heading towards is Westport. literally just flown up from underneath. So Curious is saying at the next airfield I'm going to change to a Spit. This Kodiak isn't agile enough. Oh, I don't know. I kind of like, that's half the challenge with a plane that isn't so agile, is managing it, isn't it? Depends what you want to do though. If you just want to go and throw the aeroplane around the sky, then yeah, the Warbirds are good fun. I will admit I don't actually own any Warbirds. I've tried out one in the past and I got bored really quickly. I like having planes where I can navigate and play with the systems and stuff. If I want to play with like shooting things, I'd rather go and load DCS, but that's my personal preference. I am going to make a coffee when we get to Westport, because then there's a whole succession of airfields down towards Queenstown, isn't there? God, it's crazy hot here. Must be about high 20s centigrade. Well, you can't always guarantee that what you see as an A320 is actually an A320. Quite often the Warbirds appear as A320s. Just coming through the cloud. Okay, maybe it is an A320 then. Because I've got the Simple Traffic plug-in, I'm seeing him with an international livery, which is quite cool. Okay, so on this headland out here is where the next airfield is. Just out of interest, let's see what goes on if I were to press, well actually if I turn the heading mode round first. So where's the heading bug? It's on the opposite side, okay. And they haven't put any acceleration on their heading bug knob. So it takes forever and a day to move it around the compass. We can't click it, can we? No. I just want to see what happens when I switch on autopilot in terms of altitude. So this was tuned obviously for 7,000 feet. We are currently at about 3,000. So let's pull this back down so it doesn't lurch outlandishly. Right, let's press the autopilot. So will it continue to climb to get to 3,000, or is it doing altitude hold? Oh, I put it on nav mode, didn't I? I need to put it back into heading mode. guess I could take myself down to 1500 feet as well while we're at it. That's interesting though, because it's on altitude mode, but it is chasing it as soon as I change it, which is different than a lot of the other aeroplanes, where you get the freedom to change the altitude once you're at an altitude hold. It isn't armed almost. I think I have to go for dinner in a moment, so I'll be landing at the next airfield and stopping, I think, for a bit. So I'll park up, I'll leave the sim running, go and grab something to eat, and I'll be back soonish. How far away are we? About 10 miles out. Let's see how fast this thing goes in a straight line. It's going to do about 200 knots, isn't it? But it's not going to like the engine being pushed that hard, is it? Should go back to the left tank as well while we're at it. Whoops, wrong way. Just cut the fuel there. 30 centigrade in your room, oh my word. Yeah, so I'm going to put the plane down over here. So we come down to 1,000 feet. So we should be pretty much on the runway heading. So if we look out in front of us, can we see the runway out? Is that it there? I think it might be. Autopilot. Can't see the runway, I'm going to get some height. There it is. What's the time now? So I will leave this running, I'll park up at the airfield, go and have something to eat, and I'll be back a bit later. So Assistant Phil is saying, how far along are we? We're just arriving at Westport, November Zulu Whiskey Sierra. I will be stopping here for probably half an hour or so though to go and grab something to eat. So I'll leave a message up on the screen and leave the stream running. Okay, I need to lose speed again. This is becoming a common thread, isn't it? So we're just side slipping it with a boot full of left rudder. Just stalled the left wing. the onshore breeze again. Okay, flaps up. The wheel brakes aren't very good on the vans by the look of it. I've got so used to flying things like the Caravan, where it has tremendous brakes, and this doesn't. Okay, wheel brakes on. Okay, I will be back. And I'll see you all in a bit. So I'll leave this on a nice screen where you can see it sat there. And I'll open Notepad and say back in 30 mins or so. There we go. So I'm going to cut my microphone off for the moment, and I'll be back soon, so you get to hear the birds tweeting in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Right, I will be back in a few minutes' time. I'm just going to go and get a drink, and then we'll get started at 45 minutes past the hour. Back in a minute. Okay, I'm back. First things first, get this aeroplane up and running again. Oh my word, there's some more aeroplanes. So, battery to on, alternator to on, aviation master, or avionics, sorry, master switch to on, autopilot, power to on, nav lights, strobe lights, landing, oh I don't need landing lights, pitot heat to on, mixture to rich, propeller speed to full, and start the engine. Actually, before we do that, I'm just going to go and refuel. So we used about half the fuel on the way up here. So we're using the left tank to begin with. I think those bots hit all the channels, just reading Dave's comment in the live stream. Yeah, so I had to get a bot to fight the bots. It's crazy, isn't it? Okay, so I only programmed this as far as NZWS earlier, so I'm going to go back out and program the flight plan in for the next few airports. Can we actually reset the route? Activate active flight plan menu. Delete all waypoints. Yes. Good. Set origin. We are at NZWS. NZWS. Enter. After that, we are going to NZGE. NZGE. Or we are if it takes the key presses. NZGE. Enter. Then NZGM. Insert after. NZGM. NZHK. NZHK. Okay, I did the wrong option there, didn't I? Wrong option again. Back. NZHK, remove it. Okay. Insert after. NZHK. Enter. NZFJ. Oops. NZ. I am losing the plot. This is temperature that's doing this. FJ. NZMC, which is Mount Cook. Insert after. NZMC for Mount Cook. And NZGT. Actually, should we just... I'll go as far as Mount Cook and then I'll reprogram again, I guess. Or should I... No, I'll take this all the way down to Queenstown. NZGT after Mount Cook. NZGT, which is... It helps if you type it correctly. ZGT. Then after Glentana, it's NZTL. NZTL. After that, it's NZUK. After NZUK, it's NZWF. NZWF. So we're basically hitting all of the significant airports of note along the length of New Zealand. And NZLX. Which is Alexandra. And then we should take us into Queenstown, NZQN. NZQN, and that will be another break. Queenstown, enter. Back map, and we have the route. Hurrah! Parking brake off. Just having a quick look at the live stream before we get going. I've lost all power in my plane and it won't start. Yeah, what's happened there is you left the power on, so you've discharged the batteries. Every plane have a different FMS. Yeah, because they've all got different ones in the real world. There's different makes, different models. It's a simulator. It's like, yeah, this is what you get. I don't know what to say about that, really. Let's have a look at the wind. Is crosswind 4 knots, but we're not going to need all of this runway, I wouldn't imagine. So I'm going to cut across the grass and just get in the air. Flaps up. Engine to 85%. Should we try live weather or live time now? What's the live time? It's still very early, so let's just move it through a couple of hours early, or a couple of hours later than the real world. So I can't see the A320 making it unless he goes back to the other end of the runway. He's going to end up in this pond. We've got to watch this, haven't we? He's already on the grass. He's about to hit the trees, and he's crashed into the pond. Oh, we did warn him. Anyway. The sun is just coming up. Should we advance time a little bit more so it's not quite so dark? There we go. Got an aeroplane out ahead of me on the circuit. Okay, so we need to go. Have we got this in GPS mode? Yes, we have. So we can go for altitude hold mode. But we are going to. What is this doing? It's on heading mode, of course it is. Okay, we're going to nav mode. So GPS, so it will swing left from where I am at the moment and re-attain the plan. Meanwhile, I'm going to have a sip of coffee. And enjoy the morning in the South Island. So, for those that are interested, we are leaving Westport, and we're heading south 52 miles over to Lake Haupiri. Or Haupiri, I'm not sure how the stress works on the words. I almost always get it wrong with New Zealand place names. And we're going to take this up to 5,000 feet. Probably going to need more, but we'll see when we get there. And we'll switch to vertical speed mode on the autopilot and dial in 1,200 feet a minute. Should be good. Starting to lean the engine out and eating chocolate at the same time. I'm going to take us to 6,000 feet on the target altitude for the altimeter. May even need 7. We'll see. Okay, so Owen is asking about the touchscreen. It's the PMS 50 GTN 750. It's free on the internet. So when you download the Vans 14 from SimWorks Studios, you actually get several files and several folders, sorry, and it asks you if you want the GTN to work to also put a second folder in your community folder for the GTN. It gives you it in the instructions, so you copy that in as well, and then if you've got the GTN 750 in your community folder as well, it appears inside the aircraft. But it's free. With there is a paid version of the GTN 750, as we were talking about earlier. It's got extra bits and bobs in it, like the weather and terrain and stuff. But the free version, just the basic navigation, which is all I use. Okay, we're just coming up to 6,000 feet, and we're looking just about high enough to skim the mountain tops. Whoa! Look at that view. There's your postcard right there. I am eating chocolate. And drinking coffee. We had leftovers from the fridge dinner tonight, so any pieces of food that weren't used up yet, we cooked them up. So we had hot dogs and salad and other bits and pieces. We actually ran out of hot dog buns, so I just had the sausages on their own with the salad. But it was nice. It's a really hot day today in the UK, so nobody wanted to do anything fussy or sit down for dinner, so we just sandwiched Big Bang Theory with it on our laps. Why do the wings look like paper mache? No, it's just sheet metal stretched over ribs underneath. So, and it's just very accurately modelled. So if I bring the camera in, what you're seeing there is a very, very accurate modelling of what a home-built aeroplane looks like, with sheet metal stretched over ribs. So you can see the pattern of the ribs underneath. If anyone's built a radio control plane, you'll know exactly what this is underneath here. So there's formers that the sheet metal is stretched over and screwed into. I'm just trying to get the camera into a good place to see it. So yeah, so you can actually see the pattern of the formers underneath the wing. Same goes for the fuselage. If you look at an older aeroplane where it's had time to have stress on it, the same is true. There are formers with sheet metal stretched over it. On some of the older planes you sometimes get fabric with a dope, which is a kind of paint that tightens as it dries. So to save weight even further over sheet metal, although it's not quite as strong, you can use wood with or metal with fabric and painted fabric, which tightens up as it dries. Okay, so if I go back inside, how are we doing on the route? Going straight over the top of the hills. It's pretty spectacular scenery, isn't it? It's not just the experimental planes, Rocco. If you look at any big plane, or any GA plane, if you look really carefully at them, you can see that pattern. And again, if you look at like the old Dakotas and things like that, the DC-6 has got it. If you look in the sim, it's got the patterning on the body. If they haven't got that, the modelers haven't done a good enough job, basically. Okay, so I think we're just coming over the top of the hills. Yeah, so we can descend down now. So I'm going to start getting the altitude ready to come down to half of the height we were at. So we'll go for 3,000 feet. This screen, although I don't typically like glass cockpits, this is a lifesaver if you get really dangerous conditions, because you can still see where the ground is. Rather than having to interpret a map, you can just see in front of you without being able to see potentially. Okay, I'm going to slow down, we're getting a bit fast. Yes, Owen, yes. Let's go and look at their website. So anyone that hasn't got this aeroplane and is interested in it, if we go and have a look at simworkstudios.com, there it is, the RV-14. In the UK, I forget how much I paid for it now. Products, aviation. There it is. Yeah, 15 euros, which is about £12, £11. It's not very expensive at all. It's, yeah, very, very good. I like it for kind of sightseeing, flying around, because it has got such good visibility. Should come down a bit more steeply. If we go to vertical speed mode, and let's go for 1,000 feet a minute straight away, so we'll get down to a sensible altitude. If we go for 2,500 feet instead of 3,000, should be good. Just to go underneath this cloud. Otherwise we won't have much to see if we fly in the cloud. Flight Sim really does the rendering of low light spectacularly well, doesn't it? Yeah, the only reason I've known to fly around in, I'll let somebody in close formation with me. The only reason I've known to fly around in New Zealand recently is a member of Virtual Flight Online has been organising a couple of events here, a guy called Ellis, and he lives in the North Island. And yeah, his knowledge is great when you're flying along, because obviously he can explain where you are and a little bit about the area, which makes a huge difference. Scenery around here is excellent though, isn't it? Okay, so we're getting close to the airfield. We don't need to actually, just looking at the height, so we're going to get over that hill. So we'll wait and see. We're going to lose another 300 feet. We should be okay. Yeah, that view of the sun is awesome, isn't it? Okay, I'm guessing that's a model I haven't got, if whoever it is that's formatting on my wingtip. Or maybe they're using a texture I don't have, so Flight Sim's chucking its toys out of the pram and saying, I'm not going to draw that. So then, therefore it completely messes it up and draws an aeroplane with its wheel stuck out. But at least there's an aeroplane there, and at least it's nice and smooth. Keep an eye on this hill just while we're coming up to it. So let's have a quick look. The airfield we're coming into, it's got wind 320 degrees 2 knots, so the wind is coming in from the northwest, so it's hardly any wind though, but for the outward journey it probably makes sense anyway to go over, follow the river and turn in onto the airfield. Obviously we're not quite there yet, so we aim for the second lake in front of us, or the right hand of these two lakes. Follow the river and then turn in. Okay, so we've got some visual references. Yeah, there's a good reason. I'm just reading the live stream and Dave's saying it's a pet peeve that you can't see the planes as they are supposed to be. There's a really good reason for that. Each plane is about 1 gigabyte. Imagine how long that's going to take to download. In an earlier version of Flight Sim they played with it, so if you were in the marketplace, or if you had bought a plane from the marketplace, it would load the 3D model in even if you didn't have it. And so you would see aeroplanes that were bought via the marketplace that way, but I'm not sure. I think they might have removed it from the sim. But certainly in the early versions of Flight Sim, when it was first released, it used to do that. Obviously it can't do that with anything from a community folder, because to do that you would have to upload 1 gigabyte's worth of aeroplane, and the other person would have to download 1 gigabyte's worth of aeroplane, and that's just not going to work. Not at scale at all. Yeah, you could do it with 2 people on the same network, but not with everybody in the world doing it. So Kieran Jones is saying he's having problems finding us. We're just arriving at Lake Haupiri. We're about 15 miles out. It's to the north. If you're on Southeast Asia, you should see us. If not, you may have you may not have all players switched on in your flight conditions when you go into the simulator. Yeah, it's a shame. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point down the road Asobo will do the same thing that was it Bluebell with X-Plane? There was a a stock set of aircraft shapes that covered about 70 or 80 different aeroplanes. And it also had the substitution table, so for various aircraft types to use something similar. So whether something like that will appear in the sim, because at the moment there's only like 20 or 30 stock shapes, including the light aircraft. Even if there's that many, there might only be like 20. But yeah, if they had sort of 70 or 80 of them, and I have a funny feeling they substitute based on top speed as well, because there's so many warbirds appear as an A320. It would be more interesting maybe if they did it via weight or something like that. Wingspan even, but it's a very difficult problem to crack, because unless you have a database of aircraft type codes, then it's almost impossible. Okay, so we're coming in over that first lake. There's a second lake, or there's two lakes. We're flagged directly towards the airfield at the moment, so as soon as we get sight of it, we will turn. If we have a look at the map, the hills are directly behind it, so we can see the hills here. There's actually two lines of hills, isn't there? It's not obvious to see from here. I'm guessing that's the first line, that's the second line. It's quite tricky to see. It's in this basin, just over this ridge, I guess, because we're approaching... Oh, there's the two hills that we can see here then. Those are the two ridges, so it's in this basin just beyond these two ridges. Just looking at the map, so we can see it actually on here, can't we? If we zoom in a little bit, yeah. So we've got the ridges, and then we've got the airfield. Is that the A62 that's just joined us? I think it might be. So down in this basin somewhere there is an airfield, and we're heading directly for it. So we're going to follow the river, which I think is over there, and then that will lead us turn into the runway. So I'm coming off the autopilot. Look at the scenery, it's just ridiculous, isn't it? Haha! My dad has appeared. He's in the DA62. I could go and jump into the Discord chat room, I guess. Then you don't get bored with just me talking. But the only problem with doing that, I guess we could use the event chat room. And then there's more of a warning that there will be discussion going, or there's live streaming happening. So following the river and looking right and looking for an airfield. That's it over there, isn't it? Along the tree line. Okay. So what I might do is go and make a new voice channel on the Discord server for Virtual Flight called Livestream maybe. There's the runway. It's a nice long runway again. Oh, someone just put their plane in the ground over there. The trees are miraculously always on the approach, aren't they? It's quite funny how they do that so reliably. That was the DA62 that went into the floor, I think. Okay. Next leg, 267 degrees, 24 miles. To Greymouth, NZ GM, November Zulu Golf Mike. I might go around this hill actually, rather than over it, rather than blow the engine to bits. Right, where's the heading marker? Heading, go for heading mode on the autopilot, which is lit up, and go for it. So autopilot's climbing for 2,500 feet and heading mode's engaged. And now we're away from the hill, we can go back to nav mode. And while that's happening, I'm going to pop open Discord and go and join in the chat channel. I'm going to make a new one, a new voice chat channel. Second. I'll have to launch Discord on the main PC instead of the secondary one. So bear with me. Hurrah! Should be working. With a bit of luck. Let's just check the voice and video. Headset. Volume is fine. Okay. I suppose I ought to explain to the Discord guys what is going on. Whoops. Everyone. I have added a live stream voice channel. If anybody is in here, it is probably going out. Whoops. Live on YouTube or wherever else. So if you are doing a live stream, it's the best place to sit and invite conversation en route. Right, so hopefully we'll be able to hear the live stream now. What I may have to do though is play around with the volume levels and turn the flight sim down a bit so you can hear voices over it. We'll see how that goes.
Hi everyone.
Hiya. How you doing?
Sweating.
You're very quiet on the stream. I mean, I can turn you up, but yeah, I've turned you up.
Check.
Yep, can hear you fine.
Radio check,
Yep.
USB, otherwise known as Bill.
Yep, can hear you, Bill.
Hello, ciao.
Yep, we can hear you. Yeah, I think the live stream channel is a sensible way to do it, isn't it? So people know if they walk in there, they may be going out live somewhere.
Getting bad feedback about 5 seconds later.
That's because you've got the sound on my stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll be getting Discord live, but the stream is about 2 or 3 seconds late.
Okay.
So if you just mute the stream, or don't watch it now if you never sat in Discord.
It's interesting to listen.
So your radio panel blew up.
Initially the USB wouldn't. It couldn't sense it was plugged in. I've got it so it is sensing it, but it's not working.
Right.
So I've scrapped it and gone back to the old SATEC switch panel.
So which part was that?
It had the engine start magneto switches and like the
Was that the one along the top of your desk?
no, the bottom left.
Oh, okay.
It had like the master electronics and aviation switches.
Oh, okay.
And all the lights.
Yeah, the avionics. So where are we on the route? We're almost at Greymouth. About 4 miles to go. It's right on the coast. So wind at Greymouth is 0 knots. There is no wind at Greymouth. We've got the calmest day in New Zealand history, although there is this low-hanging cloud everywhere. And we're not that high above the trees either, so I'm not going to try and go beneath it. What I am going to do is there's a little inlet. I'm going to go and dip down through it. So the hope is we get down as far as Queenstown, but depending on how the evening goes, might go further, but I've got to go and pick Natalie up from the pub later though, so that's really an excuse to go and have a pint.
Ice.
Yeah. A glass of ice, please. Is that a race track down there? Horse racing track? Looks like it, doesn't it? So we should be able to turn this corner and see an airfield. With a bit of luck, I should be trying to slow down already, shouldn't I? Doing 160 knots.
Hey, Jonathan.
Hiya. How you doing?
Good. I wanted to thank you for yesterday helping me with this live little nav map.
Oh, yeah.
Made.
It's useful, isn't it?
Yeah, this is very good.
Okay. So just coming in. I've forgotten. Greymouth. That was the name of the airfield, wasn't it? Oh, I need to move that. Oh, someone's coming with a Skymaster C337. Oh, I'm going far too fast, and I'm too high. Story of my life. I've done about the last 3 airfields where I've thrown the aeroplane into a side slip to come down. So I'm going to do a circuit of Greymouth just to watch everybody else coming in. Depending on how far behind they are. Let's have a look at the map. Ah, you're not coming yet. Okay, I'll fly down the other side of the runway then as you make your approach. You can see you all making the turn through the inlet now. Okay, so just following along the coast basically for the next leg. 17 miles down to Hokitika. Hokitika? Not sure how you pronounce it. We'd need a native New Zealander on here to tell us that. Okay, so if I put this back onto, it's on GPS mode. take the altitude down to 1500 feet on the autopilot.
I saw there was a lot more options than the 14. What drew you to that one?
Sorry?
The 14.
Oh, the vans.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's
is
good,
14
yeah.
better than other ones?
Every plane's different, isn't it? But it's the visibility is fantastic because of this great big bubble canopy. So it's very, very easy to look around and see the scenery around you. So if you're just doing like a flight like today, just looking around, it's perfect. And it flies, or you know, having not flown a real one, you can't say, but it seems to fly really nicely. It's very, very predictable. And the fact that you can use the GTN 750 with it is brilliant. Yeah, because the stock Garmin stuff that comes with the sim is fine, but it's just a pain to program because you have to use the rollers to select letters. Makes you want to move to New Zealand, doesn't it, seeing all this scenery?
How long have you been simming?
Oh, crikey. Well, I didn't for many years. When I was... So I'm nearly 50, so I grew up when the 8-bit computers were just coming in. That was kind of, you know, my formative kind of school years was 8-bit and 16-bit computers. So I had the first version of, or sorry, no, the second version of Flight Simulator on the Atari ST, and that was my real introduction to simulators then, you know, versus just aeroplane games. And then later years, obviously all the way through the whole Flight Simulator story on the PC. But then you get to about 15 years ago, and children started to enter the story, and yeah, me playing simulators disappeared for about 10 years. So then when FSX was around, and Prepare 3D and DCS, when it started to get good, that was around the same time the kids were grown up enough that I had some of my free time back, and I had a computer to run it on. And yeah, so I got back into it, and I immediately started to get involved in group flights with a group called MyAir, which I still go and fly with them. They're starting up again, actually. They broke for the summer, but they're starting up again next month. So they do the big jet flights, which was completely alien to me. I'd not done that before. So they do air traffic control, but they're a lot more relaxed than anything like VATSIM. So it really is just a group flight, like we've done it with Virtual Flight Online from time to time. They have a couple of people nominated as air traffic controllers, and they, you know, you just do the chatter back and forth, and if you make a mistake, it's not a big deal. You might get laughed at maybe, but you know, you can just get on with your flight, and it's educational more than anything, and it was a huge help for me to get up to speed with air traffic control, kind of radio telephony language, as people call it.
Yep.
But yeah, the first time I went and joined a flight, it was only actually to listen in. I was going to fly with them, but stay at a distance and listen in. And they started talking to me on the ramp, in the airport. And before I knew it, I was involved in the flight, and I just went from there. I was bricking it the whole time.
And Natalie joined and put
Yeah.
you in order.
She did. My daughter started to fly as well. She had an old computer with FSX running on it, the old version of Flight Sim, and she joined in and learnt how to fly a 737. And she was only 16, 15 at the time. And then she got involved in air traffic control, and I started getting told off by my own daughter. But yeah, she hasn't got a computer that can run Microsoft Flight Sim though, so that's why we haven't seen her online for a long time. And she's working a lot, so obviously she's entered the world of work now. She's working this evening actually. That's why we're going down the pub later to walk back with her. Gives us an excuse for a night out, or a drink out I should say. Go down just before closing, get one drink and wander home. I'm going far too fast, aren't I? I've just realised I'm in the yellow line on the van, so I'm going to slow it down a little bit. Just below the yellow line. So where are we on the map? And we are almost on top of the airfield. Busy chattering away, not taking any notice of where we are. I'm going to have to circle. So I'm just keep getting a look at the airfield. Yeah, so I should be able to circle back on myself and get an approach. So Rubber Duck is stuck in the Lille Eurostar terminal with delays, and he's enjoying the stream with a cold beer. Oh, I sympathise with you. This is not the weather to be stuck in a railway terminal, is it? But I'll be having the cold beer later. Trying to slow my aeroplane down unsuccessfully. There we go. Skim the trees. It's quite a big airfield here actually, isn't it? Okay, next leg is continuing on actually along the coast. I'm guessing these hills in the distance are kind of the Lord of the Rings mountains, aren't they? Mind you, most of the South Island is the Lord of the Rings mountains as far as we know. Let's go and sort out that heading bug again. Oops. I need to switch tanks, don't I? Keep forgetting that. Yeah, quite urgently. Conrad or Conrad is saying, thanks for the flights talking about kids. I have to put mine to bed. Yeah, that was the years when I wasn't flying, when mine were that age. Thought the Discord channel, I should have put it live streams, plural, shouldn't I? Let's just change the name of it. Save changes. So anybody that's a member of Virtual Flight Online can create events and invite people to attend the events. The only thing we discovered recently, I don't know if you saw the news item I put out about it, is you have to have two-factor auth on your Discord account enabled in order to make events. It's kind of one of the gates they put in, but the error message is misleading. It just says that there's a missing permission. It doesn't tell you you need two-factor auth. But making events for the group is actually really easy. I'll just show you it while we're flying along. All you do is, if you're a member of Virtual Flight Online, you go to the events panel, which pops up the upcoming events. Like tomorrow we've got the Puerto Rico flight. You click create event, you tell it that it's in a voice channel, and then you go and pick a voice channel, and please use the events voice channel, and then next, and then you can give your event a topic. You can set the date and time, so we could say we were doing one for Monday, and we could say what time of day, and this is your local time, don't worry about UTC or anything like that. So then you're allowed 1,000 characters to describe your flight, so you might say what server you're on and all that kind of thing, and what, you know, where you're taking off from, what kind of aeroplane people should be flying. So you can put as much description in. I would say make your description in Notepad and then just copy it in afterwards, and then upload your cover image, so you can go and pick a picture from your file system, and then when you click next it will preview it, and then obviously you can create the event. If you haven't got two-factor auth on your Discord setup, it will fail and say there's a missing permission. But if you have, then it will make it. Obviously I'm not going to make this is just rubbish, but if you write them up nicely, then they'll look like these ones that are in here. And then people can come along and look in events, and they can say they're interested in doing the event with you. And then all you do on the day is turn up and go and join in the voice channel that you've said you would be in. And that's all there is to it. But that would mean anybody can make events all the time. So if you want to find people to go flying with, if you do it a day or so in advance, it will give people a chance to see that the event is there. The other thing you can do, there's an invitations channel in Discord, and you can see I used it earlier. I'm flying the South Island of New Zealand. You can put the @everyone in the invitations channel, so you can almost use this as marketing on the day of your event, just to give everybody a shout out to say, in case you haven't seen it, you know, everyone, this is the flight we're doing, go look in the events. Otherwise you can just use invitations for ad hoc, so like I did today, just took off from somewhere, told everyone on the server. There's over 1,000 people that are members now, so I put an @everyone call out, and anybody who hasn't muted the channel would have got a notification for that. Right, how are we doing? 130 knots. Chugging along towards, and I'm flying off cross country by the look of it. Let's go back to nav mode, shall we, on the autopilot, to get me back onto the track. Someone's about to hit a hill over there, unless they're looking where they're going. How close did they get to those trees? That's what I want to know. Oh, I think they're turning. Good.
I don't see too many homes in this area.
No, it's quite wild, isn't it? This part of New Zealand is not very inhabited at all. I think if you look at the map, the southern side, there's a lot of sheep farms, southern side of the mountains. But this northern end, there isn't much.
I believe, according to rumour, there are more sheep than people in New Zealand.
Yes, very probably.
It is beautiful, though.
It is.
John, you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry for my bad English.
No, it's
I
good.
have some question.
Yeah, go.
I cannot see anyone in Flight Simulator. Maybe I wrong something. I can see in transmitter map, in little map,
So-
I can see.
There are two things to check, or three things actually. So on my screen, I'll look for you and show you it. In general options, in the data section, make sure.
You're not transmitting. You're not.
Yeah, let me go through one thing at a time with him.
You need to share your screen.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, but it's going out live on YouTube.
Oh, right.
In the general setting of Flight Simulator, in the data section in the margin, there's a multiplayer option. That must be on. When you enter the flight in the simulator, in the flight conditions, you must have all players selected. And finally,
Okay.
at the top right of Flight Simulator, when you're in the menu, when you press escape, you must be on the same server as everybody else. And the server we are using is Southeast Asia.
Okay. Because I stay in Thailand. That is mean I use all the time Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
Now I check my configuration.
Yeah, so on the way into the flight, check that you're on all players in the flight conditions. That's the most common thing that people haven't got.
Okay, I check.
We've actually a bit of an advert here. We've got a really nice page that explains everything on the Virtual Flight Online homepage. So if you go to group flights, it goes through all the things to check. Yeah, here we go. If you want to see other people within the simulator, you'll need Flight Simulator configured for all players in flight conditions. And you'll need to be connected to the same in-game server as the rest of the group. So that should sort it.
Okay, in data I'm check and I stay okay, multiplayer and all player checked already. I stay in the same server, but I cannot see it.
Have you got labels on?
Yes, label on the same.
Okay, so if you were to load in at
sorry,
Franz, yep, go on.
John, I have to tell you, I use SU10 beta.
Ah, you can't see us then. You only see people with the SU10 beta as well.
Oh, that's why.
I think it is the reason.
Yes. I didn't actually know that. I didn't know that the beta players can only see each other.
I believe.
Okay, I can wait when they release the official.
Well, how are you finding the beta? Is it good?
I am happy. Work, everything, but something, you know. They release today one update, little update.
Right.
Only for beta tester.
Yeah. But has it been quite stable?
Yes, for me stable. Everything work fine.
Fingers crossed.
But not everything okay. Yeah, because I have some bug. For example, when I add the DLSS, the focus inside the cockpit is not very clear.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Not really in the focus. There is mean they need working.
Yeah. But that's the new thing though, isn't it? They're actually working on it right now. So the DLSS, that's where the graphics card renders a lower resolution and then anti-aliases it.
Exactly.
So you get better performance.
Work the same ticks. Sorry.
No, it's okay, your English is much better than I would be at your language.
Better than mine.
No, John. I stay in Thailand 15 years.
Ah,
And I lose my English because before I can talk better, but when I talk with my Thai wife, I lose all my English. They talk in Thai English.
no, your English is very good.
You are from England, no?
Yes, I am, yeah.
Okay. Because I stay the same inside the Zibo group. Inside many people from England and it's in the Discord group.
Ah, yes.
But I discover you big surprise because I found no long time ago your video in YouTube.
Yeah, the Zebo 737 video.
And no, your video.
Oh, okay.
And big surprise because really excellent. I looked this video in my big television and oh, big surprise, and I say, oh, nice aircraft. You use not this aircraft, another aircraft, very nice, but no have autopilot.
Yeah, I fly different ones all the time though, so I have no idea what I would have been flying, but yeah.
What do you think about Cessna? Because now I think maybe I can buy a Cessna 337.
Yes, it's very good. The Skymaster, the one with one engine on the front and one on the back. Yeah.
No, because I'm not really sure because inside have same you have now in your aircraft.
Yeah, it's got dials. It hasn't got the glass cockpit.
750.
Yeah.
Because what you have now in your aircraft very nice.
Yeah. So the Skymaster, there is the option. I just hadn't loaded it. So in that video, if I had the 530 or 430, is it the Garmin? But the Skymaster, I think, does come with the option of having the GTN 750. I just hadn't loaded it that day.
I try already. I load, but in SAU beta no work. It is mean I have to wait.
Oh, okay.
If I use TBM 9030, work perfect because building inside.
Yeah. The analog caravan is very good. That's come out. The black square caravan, because that works with it.
Aircraft from default in Flight Simulator or payware?
It's a payware.
No yet. I don't know yet.
Yeah, it's very, very good. I'll just have a look at the map. I'm taking no attention of where we are at all. Oh, there's some people going off to do a touch and go by the look of it at Hokitika grass airstrip. On the way. I could have done that, couldn't I? I didn't think about that. Oh well. So I'm about 10 miles out from Franz Josef Aerodrome, and the wind on the ground there is 330 degrees 3 knots, so hardly anything, but so it favours runway 28, or runway 28 I should say, but there's hardly any wind, so it doesn't really matter. There's going to be a bit of a climb to go over the mountains though to get into Mount Cook afterwards. That's going to be interesting. So we're going to have to go straight over the top of those mountains. But there is a pass though from the southeast of Franz Josef Aerodrome. So there is a route to go to climb out. And then follow the valley back down over Tasman Lake into Mount Cook. I guess we'll see when we get there. How are my fuel levels doing? Still on the right engine? Sorry, right fuel tank, sorry, yeah. I have company.
Yes, with this aircraft you have excellent view.
Yeah, it's this huge bubble canopy. It's very, very good for just watching.
You bought the marketplace?
No, it came from the developer, Simworks Studio. I tend to try and buy things from the developer if I can, so they get all the money. Because obviously if they get in the marketplace, they take about a third of the money. I'm not sure what the exact rate is with the Flight Sim marketplace, but most app stores take a third or more. And plus, if you go to the developer, you get updates a lot faster.
Yes, I know, like by the marketplace.
Yeah, but then some developers, like Coronado, they only sell their planes through the marketplace, and it's for good reason, because the pirating of aeroplanes on Flight Sim has become an absolute disaster. I suspect that 2/3 of all the aeroplanes out there on Flight Sim are pirated copies. It's a real shame. Right.
Is
So
that a Hokitika airport? That was grass. That was not an airport.
it was an airstrip.
Have
Yeah.
snow in New Zealand.
Yes, they do. Yeah.
It was a coffee break.
Sorry.
It was a coffee break.
Right. So I'm just coming around this hill, and I should find Franz Josef Aerodrome on the other side of it.
I'm gonna have to follow you closely so I can get above these mountains.
Yeah, the route through them shouldn't be too bad, but we've got to land here first, or do a touch and go anyway. Just looking out for the airfield. It should be right here.
You have it snow covered.
Yeah, it's snowed in, isn't it? Just looking for the airstrip itself.
Is that where your dad's at?
I don't know, I haven't got oh, I can see it. Yeah, it's okay actually, you can see the airstrip. I'm going way too fast again.
I stalled.
So yeah, I'm going to have to circle again to come in to lose some speed. Luckily this little Vans thing is almost like an aerobatic plane.
I'm reading in the forum of Flight Simulator, they say you will only see people in the beta. No?
Ah, there you go.
This the reason.
Brilliant. Thanks for looking that up, that's really useful.
Understand when you join with the beta, after they are moved to a special server hosting the beta version, there is me only beta simmers stay in the same server. Now I know.
There has been changes going on with the servers because a load of us had lots and lots of crashes to desktops recently. You know, the sim has been stable for months, and obviously as they are changing the servers ready for sim update 10, there has been endless crashes to desktop.
I got some benefit before when I use normal versions MU.
Yeah.
Many time I have crash.
Yeah.
Crash without any reason. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I don't know why, because I update my graphic card.
It's not your fault. It's almost always it's because of the network.
Exactly. But with the beta, finite crash. I know I have any crash, and I am happy because when you load the sim, it's very quickly.
Yeah.
No, I have to wait a long time. Wait for see the end of this month, what happened.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to try and follow this route. I might circle here to get over the mountains because I can see the snow route through the hill here, but I don't know if I'm going to make it to the altitude I need to. I don't fancy circling in that valley, so I'm going to circle here.
Yeah, interesting. I'm watching your video on YouTube.
I don't fancy getting up there, realising I'm not going to make it, and trying to circle in the valley. I'll do a circle here and then straighten back up. I think I'll probably be fine actually, but that's one thing about the Vans. I mean, it climbs really, really well, although I'm down to 90 knots saying that. I'm going to lean the engine back out. Scenery looks like a photograph sometimes, doesn't it?
Yeah, nice.
So Mark Barentine in the live stream is asking what location we are at. We are just leaving Franz Josef Aerodrome, November Zulu Foxtrot Juliet, on the north coast of the South Island of New Zealand. And we are now heading south to Mount Cook. So we're going to cross over the the mountains here, and then follow the valley down over Tasman Lake into Mount Cook.
I don't know if I should do the same
9,500 feet
thing.
I got to.
Sorry?
Got 9,500 feet to get over there.
Right. I'm going to cross my fingers then.
I don't know if I should circle too. I'm at 4,000 feet.
Yeah, I would. Because the trouble is, the higher you get, the more difficult it becomes to gain altitude. Because the air gets thinner and thinner, obviously. The number of times I've gone down a valley and realised I'm not going to make it, and had to kind of do a wall of death around the edge of the valley.
Sounds like heavy metal.
Hi Horace, how you doing?
Yeah, so far so good.
So have you been watching the news coming out of SpaceX with them doing all of their spin tests?
No, not yet.
Or is that too much like work?
Spin tests.
Yeah, I don't understand what people mean by that with a spin test of a rocket engine. It's like are they just testing the fuel pumps or something?
Yeah, I guess they're testing the G-forces on the equipment, I would say, yeah.
Right.
Yep.
But yeah, it looks like they're getting ready to launch it, doesn't it? It's
Yeah, cool. No,
amazing,
I like it.
really. I did notice, though, the latest versions of the Starship that they brought out of the hangar are completely re-engineered. You know, everything about them is like version 2.
Who wants to fly with it?
Yeah. But you know, even down to how the welding and everything has been done, it's a complete rework of everything.
Oh dear. Oh, have to do all the tests again. Okay,
Yes.
of course I have to do the test, likely. No.
So have you been flying?
Yeah, I'm still doing the world tour with Sam.
Oh, did you ever get out of that leg that you were stuck on?
Yes. I have no idea. I have so many CTDs recently. I don't know why. It just started a couple of 1 week ago. I didn't install anything. I don't know why. But for tomorrow, the Wheel of Fortune, which choose the plane for us, was a little bit unfortunate.
We were just talking about that. All of us in the last 10 days have had lots and lots of crashes to desktop. And
Okay. I'm not the only one.
no, we suspect it's the server changes for update 10.
Could be. For instance, we were flying today from Iceland to Nuuk in Greenland, and I just spawned in the plane, started the sim, spawned in the 146, was taxiing CTD after 2 minutes.
That's just nuts, isn't it?
And then I spawned again, or reloaded, spawned again, and the flight was perfect. 2 hours, 10 minutes or so, fine. The heck? I didn't change anything. I didn't do anything.
Yeah.
I didn't click anything different.
I'm starting to realise that all of the crashes to desktop, they must be related to the servers.
Would be, yeah, but it's interesting that I was affected in the last week more than the others. So I have never been CTD victim of CTD so much, yeah.
Yeah.
But no.
Oh,
don't
well,
know.
there goes a DA62 underneath me at a crazy speed. Or I think it was.
Tomorrow we have to fly from Nuuk to Canada, and the Wheel of Fortune gave us a DC-6, so it will be 6 hours and 15 minutes.
Oh
flight.
my word!
Yep,
Goodness me.
the Wheel of Fortune never lies.
Oh, I haven't flown the DC-6 for a while. I need to go back to
This
it.
will be close. Oh.
This is crazy.
Nice save.
Somebody just clipped the top of the mountain.
Yep.
No, nearly.
Does that mean you actually put your plane into the snowbank?
No, he made it. Oh,
okay.
Fine,
About 2 foot to spare.
yeah. I saw it.
So I wonder if my computer will complain if I go live on Discord at the same time as... Let's see if it will handle it.
Here comes a crash.
So... I mean, the bandwidth should be fine because I'm on a fibre connection, so I should be able to stream like 20 streams at once. Are the lights working? Oh yeah, they are.
Yay!
Okay, so it's descend, descend, descend now, down into Mount Cook, which is right at the bottom of the valley on the right hand side. This is very, very wild kind of landscape, isn't it?
Where is it? Alaska?
No, it's New Zealand, the South Island.
New Zealand. Wow. Snowy New Zealand. Nice.
Yeah. So this part of the further, obviously we're getting quite a long way south, so we're getting down towards the south part of the southern hemisphere, I should say.
Yeah.
So what's the island off the south of New Zealand? Oh, it's Auckland. And Stewart Island as well. Okay. Invercargill is on the route actually, on this flight plan. That's where Burt Munro was from, wasn't it? The guy with the fastest Indian.
Yeah, you're right.
That's a fantastic movie, isn't it?
Yeah. The cracked tyres.
Yeah.
It puts boot polish on them.
Have any of the rest of you seen that movie?
Yes,
No.
I have. Wonderful film.
It's about, for those that haven't, it's about a guy in the 1950s, I think, late 50s, early 60s, living in New Zealand, self-taught engineer. He took a wartime Indian motorcycle and turned it into a dragster, basically. A motorbike built to have a go at the speed record. But he did it in his garage and practiced on the beach. And he took it to Daytona, to the salt flats.
But it's the hardship he had trying to convince he could do it.
Yeah, the safety guys at the salt flats wouldn't let him have a go at it, wouldn't let him run it. And then just out of pity, they let him have a go. And of course, he immediately broke every record in the book. And almost killed himself.
Burned himself on the exhaust pipes.
And on his head, going along the ground.
Brilliant film.
But it's funny though, there's archive footage of Burt Munro, of him being interviewed. Anthony Hopkins absolutely nailed him. If you put the two alongside, it's uncanny.
Cool. No, I have not seen it. Yeah.
It's a must-see film.
It was funny because they did the test run without ruining it too much. When they did let him run at Daytona, just for to make him shut up basically. So they're going there with a pace car alongside the motorbike, and he's got up to like 120 or something, and they're saying this is really impressive. He's done really well, and then he changes out of first gear.
What was that movie called again?
The World's Fastest Indian. I think he still holds several of the world records at different power and weight classes for motorbike. No one's ever bettered it. Okay, so I'm almost on top of Mount Cook and I can't see it in the snow. Oh, I can, just.
Yeah, it's still visible, it's still black.
I'm going west to east. Hope that landing wasn't on YouTube.
No, I missed it. Damn. Okay, so from Mount Cook, we're heading on south down to Glen Tanner, which is just further down here on the side of the bay, on the right hand side. And then hopefully it will thaw out a bit as we go further. Or maybe not. Tekapo, sorry.
I guess we could change time of year or something, or
We could.
whatever.
Yeah, you don't have to follow the same scenery I'm using. I'm just using live weather because I usually do.
I do too.
You never know what you're going to get.
I'm getting very out here, John. I got to go and eat.
Oh, cool.
Thank you very much indeed, sir.
That's all right. See you soon.
Yep, you take care. Bye, folks.
Yep, see you soon.
Bye.
Dee-dee-dee-dee. I keep remembering to have a look at the fuel gauges on this van, so I keep forgetting it's a manual fuel switch between the tanks. Okay, I've got visuals on the airfield. So after this one, it's a left turn, 89 degrees to Tekapo Aerodrome.
I'm going to sleep. Bye bye.
Sorry?
No, I'm just saying bye bye to you.
Oh,
I'm going
okay.
to sleep. I'm from Taiwan. See
Okay,
you.
see you soon.
Bye.
Yeah, so Dave in the live stream chat is saying Anthony Hopkins plays him in the film. Yes, he does. Burt Munro. From Invercargill. Okay, I'm going to try this touch and go without any flaps to see what a fast touch and go looks like. bouncing go than anything. Right, 89 degrees or 90 degrees. I just nearly hit somebody. I wonder if I'll be able to get down to Queenstown before I have to go out later. I should be able to. Right, someone's doing aerobatics. That must be the Spitfire. This thing can do aerobatics as well, it's just not as fast in a straight line as a Spitfire. It's quite happy flying upside down a few seconds. I wonder if it can do like a knife edge? Nope, it hates it. I wonder if it can do a stall turn. Should we have a go? Let me, yeah, it just falls over forwards. It tried to spin. I had to manhandle that out of the spin. So Kieran's just bought the RV. Yeah, this tried desperately to spin then, so this plane will spin. It will tumble. I had to kind of force it to go nose down to get some speed back up. So what's left on the route to get to Queenstown? So there's a couple of long legs. So Takeoff, Takaka, Wanaka, Alexandra, Queenstown.
Alright, I will leave you now. Huh?
Okay,
Have a nice one.
See you soon.
And everybody else. Talk to you soon. Yeah.
see you soon.
Sorry, Chris.
Isn't it funny, once you get away from the mountains, the snow vanishes pretty quickly. And then it's just desolate. I guess this is getting into sheep country further south.
Don't see many sheep.
Well, you don't in the sim, do you? But in the real world, all these rolling green hills will be covered in them.
I used to have an FSX.
Or maybe someone will make an add-on and it will take half the frame rate away to draw 50 million sheep.
Oh, just went over a little township.
Okay, so where is the airfield? Should be off my left wing. Am I being thick? How's it down here? Ah, found it. Right. Do some speed. Crosswinds being a so-and-so. Yeah?
So, better put my wheels down first, then
Okay, what's going on with that?
it's country, isn't it?
It's pretty awesome, isn't it?
Right. I'm gonna pull the plug, so see you tomorrow night.
Yep, see you soon.
Night night.
See ya. Okay, onwards to Pukaki, and then Wanaka, Alexandra, and finish at Queenstown. cloud in the sky. How strange. Right, let's have a look. NZUK, Pukaki, and wind on the ground at Pukaki is 320.02 knots. So there's hardly any reason to fly the circuit. What about Wanaka? Is there any wind at Wanaka? It's quite sheltered because it's in between all the hills. 322 knots. Alexandra, 322 knots, and Queenstown, which is extremely sheltered, 322 knots. Kieran's asking how much longer do I think I'll be streaming? I don't know. Is the answer to that. I have to go out in about an hour or so. So I need to finish the flight within the next hour, which I don't think is going to take that long to do 40, 30 and 29 miles. We'll see. I could speed up, couldn't I? Should we blow the engine to bits? Given the reason to have to service it. I wonder how fast this goes in a straight line. And then I'll continue from Queenstown around the rest of the way another day. It's a hell of a long way though, haven't we? It's well over halfway round.
On the website, it said it goes a little over 200 miles top speed.
That makes sense. I guess you have to be at the right altitude to achieve it. So I'm going to drop down to 3,000 feet. This lake is pretty amazing. It's got snow on ice on one end. It's a mirror calm. Captain Varun Gaekwad? Hello, how are you, my man? How are you, man? I'm fine. Coming towards the end of this flight, I say end, we're going to be online for another half an hour or so, probably. I need to check the fuel, don't I? I keep forgetting that. Left tank's used a little bit more than the right tank. We're on the right tank. We'll continue for a little while on the right tank. I remember watching a video about the van's RV-14, and they were saying, or the owner of one was saying, the reason he went with the RV-14 was the fuel economy and the performance. So yeah, it's very, very light on fuel. You can travel an enormous distance for a small aircraft. Okay, so there's the airfield just coming up. So I'm going to scrub some speed off with some turns. going to go with no flaps again for a fast touch and go. Or bounce and go. Back onto the autopilot. Let's see what it makes of it. So it's going for the altitude and it's doing it at record time. I guess it had the speed to convert into climb rate though, didn't it? I'm not sure if it's that clever, but... Okay, so it's the stretch across now to Wanaka. We have to cross some hills, so these hills we can see directly in front of us. We're going to have to go over the top of them. So let's go and pull up the elevation plot in Little Nav Map and give it a moment. Hopefully it's got the data for New Zealand. So we'll get to see what is in between NZUK and NZWF. So from there to there should be some hills, but maybe it doesn't have data for this part of the world. Find out by looking in here. So 1800 meters for the peaks, times 3 for feet. So we want at least 5,500 feet. So let's go for it. Vertical speed mode. 1,500 feet a minute.
Finally, a civilization.
It is remote, isn't it? Very barren out here. I think this is when we were talking to Ellis the other evening on the Northern Ireland flight, and I was joking. I'd seen a TV show where there's this, I think it's called number 8 wire. It's the fencing wire, and obviously the people that made their kind of career down here or made their living down here had to make do with very few things, and it's given kind of this, it's entered the popular culture in New Zealand that people can do anything with some number 8 wire.
Like feed the sheep.
Yeah. Well, not just that, but fix anything or lash anything up to make something work that, you know, shouldn't have worked. It's a whole kind of mentality and approach to life that, you know, you just keep going ahead and you solve the problems as you get there.
Yeah, we call that jerry rig, but I don't know who Jerry is.
Okay, it's 5,500 feet is not going to cut it. I'm going to go for another 1,000.
Hello.
Hiya.
Well,
Okay. So climbing for 6,500. Hopefully to get over these hills.
Right now I'm going into the ILS for 27 right at Philadelphia.
At where, sorry?
Philadelphia. Oh, never mind.
Okay. Approaching Wanaka.
is his mic low?
Yes.
Now I'm just gonna turn off VS mode. VS, we'll go for 1200. Oh, we gotta keep this. This was whatever this.
We can hear everything you're saying, don't know if you realised. and it's going out live across YouTube.
Oh. Shit. Whoopsies. Okay.
Yeah, that's the risk of entering the live stream channel. It means you're probably being broadcast.
Okay. Let's do this. What are you doing?
We're flying a group flight across New Zealand.
Fun.
We're approaching Wanaka Airfield, November Zulu Whiskey Foxtrot. If we get across the hills.
Ah, crap.
I think we lost a few pilots on the way.
We did. Mind you, it is kind of a long flight for most people.
Yeah, I did everything I needed to do today. Brake job, cut the grass.
I mean, if you're in the US, at least today's well, if you're on the East Coast, I should say, at least today's a nice cool day. So.
Yeah, it's beautiful out there, and I'm in here simming.
Better wait and spend the day, honestly. Okay. You're 7.
Okay. Let's have a look at the map. This is going to be an interesting approach. So there's a natural basin down by the lake.
Oh, rolling flags. Alright, we're way
So what time is it in England?
It is 10 to 9 in the evening. So we're on British summer time, so we're an hour ahead of UTC at the moment. So I'm probably... What part of the US are you from?
Ohio, so it's Eastern Standard.
Okay, so we're probably, was it 7 or 8 hours ahead of you? So, or maybe 6, I'm not sure.
Yes, I think 6 hours.
6 at the moment, yeah.
must be nice and weather out right
And then you get our friend Alice in New Zealand, who's in tomorrow already.
Yeah, we had that conversation.
Time travel. That was so
He said
funny.
he'd get he
Yeah.
said he'd get us lotto numbers.
Yeah, that made me laugh. Read tomorrow's news and tell us. Okay, I'm going to start descending through the valley.
You must be going a lot faster than me. I'm way behind.
I'm doing 160 knots now. I'm really pushing it. I'm trying to get to Queenstown before I have to leave.
Yeah, I hear you.
Windy day in Philly.
If we don't make it, you just take a nosedive.
Yeah, well, I may call it actually, because otherwise it's just going to be a huge rush. I might call it at Wanaka. So I'll get to the airfield and circle and wait for you guys, and then go in and land and stop there for today. 'Cause it's been a hell of a long flight.
Yep, thank you. It's pretty, man. I don't fly over here. I just started about a month or so.
It's great fun, isn't it? This simulator gives you the chance to see so much of the world.
Not wrong.
Not to mention now I'm learning all the flighting part of it, the
Yeah.
planes and all that.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember when I was first starting out, you get overload so easily, don't you, with too much going on?
Yeah, but that's what keeps you interested.
Yeah. And you always know you could do something better, that's what used to bring me back, because I knew what my mistakes were.
So were you ever a real pilot or?
No,
Or?
no. I have flown a real plane briefly, because the guy that used to live next door to me was learning many years ago, and he needed to get his hours up for part of his license. He had to go flying regularly, and he couldn't afford to, so he offered to take other people up if they'd share the cost of the flight, of taking the aeroplane.
Oh, that's bright. Yeah, good idea.
So yeah, so I went up with him, and it was funny because he was studying at the time for instrument navigation, and having me flying, once he realised that I could fly the aeroplane no trouble, he relaxed into it, and he could get on with doing what he wanted to with the navigation and just tell me to fly a heading and an altitude and a speed, and I would do it like a robot.
I probably would not have done as well.
Well, if anything, he actually said I was flying the instruments, which in itself was unusual, but he said in a strange sort of way it was bad because I was taking no notice of the aeroplane or the sky around me. So I was like blindly following the instruments.
So you're not supposed to do that unless you're in a storm?
Exactly. You're supposed to be scanning, looking for other aircraft, like driving a car. You're looking at everything around you all the time and feeling the car of what it's doing. And I switched all my senses off and just followed the instruments and flew the plane.
I have flown, but I've never been in control, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, I've been on loads of flights with big jets with work. Yeah.
Well, no, I'm in GA. Yeah.
Oh, right,
I've
okay.
flown, yeah.
Yeah, that's my issue because I'm right now training, and that's my issue. I look at the instruments way too much.
Yeah, it's expensive.
Your mic's so low, sir.
Is that better?
Yep.
Yes.
Cool. Yeah, no, that's my issue. So,
It's everyone's issue, to be honest. Flying is expensive.
flying's extremely expensive. Too expensive. Like right now, I'm paying. Well, I will be paying. Right now, I'm training with a free program, but once I get into a real flight school, I'll be paying around $250 a lesson.
Yeah, some friends of mine were looking at the cost of aeroplanes these days, just out of interest.
Yep.
And to go,
$30,000 for a crappy one.
well, not just that. If you wanted to go and buy a new Cessna 172 with a few options on it for to upgrade it slightly beyond the factory, you're looking at anything from $250,000 up.
Yep.
It's just nuts for an aeroplane. If you want one with like all the electronic glass cockpit and everything, you're looking at towards $500,000 all of a sudden.
Well, right now,
I
if
would. I would. Go ahead.
You
I'm
go.
sorry.
you can go. Either way, I
I,
have this up.
I was just gonna say I was gonna save up my money, get a better plane.
Yeah, but you get groups of people that buy a plane together, but you'd have to be really good friends with them, wouldn't you, and have a lot of trust.
It's a really bad idea, though, honestly. Because then, if you want to go flying one day and you can't because your friend's flying.
Well, yeah, you have to have a calendar.
Yeah, no, but if you want a G1000 to upgrade a G1000 in your airplane, it's around 29,000 USD.
Yep, it's none
Which
of
you
it's
can
cheap.
you can buy a tail dragger for that.
Even the silly things like you go and look in a spares store, look at how much a beacon light for a GA aeroplane costs, and you will just fall over.
So basically, there's a rule for aircraft, which is, oh dang it,
Don't buy one.
also, yeah, that's true. But there's also a rule for boats too, and this goes into boats too.
Yep.
If you're buying a part for a car, add a 0 for a boat, and then if you're buying a part for an airplane, add a 0 of that same part from the boat.
Yeah.
So if you're buying AC for a car, say it's unrealistic, but say $100, then for a boat it'd be 1,000, and then
yeah.
you'd be paying 10,000.
Yeah, it's nuts.
So.
Right.
That's one of the rules. And then
Yeah.
hangar and fuel costs.
Approaching
hangar
Wanaka.
costs are free.
So I'm going to circle Wanaka until the guys behind me catch up. So Banana Dave, and feel free.
I have a solution. Just date Elon Musk.
Yep, there you go. That's a reasonable one. Do any of you guys have SPAD.next?
Nope.
I'm trying to find out if it's a monthly payment or just one thing.
I've heard of it and I've looked into it in the past, but I've never really.
I don't understand the point of it, but I'm getting something for my sim. It's called the Class Echo on Etsy.
Right.
And I'm getting that, and you need SPAT.next, and they give you like a 25% discount code, and I don't know if that's a...
I'm trying to remember what SPAD does. Can you remind me?
It's basically... It kind of hooks up devices with the simulator.
Right. It's like
You
X's
can-
and O's and things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
you can make a lot of custom controls
Yeah.
with it and stuff like that. SPAD.next.
Yeah. So it's like a switching panel basically, but done in software. Yeah. Okay. Which? Oh, there's no
Right.
wind here, so we can choose a runway. I'm just going to circle until.
So it's just saying $24, but it's not giving me any.
I think the most
I mean,
impressive add-on I've seen for Flight Sim for quite some time is the Stream Deck.
Yeah, it's cool.
And again, it's only really cool because people have gone the extra mile and written the profiles for it.
Yeah, and you can get it for free on
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's cool because you have that little just square of
Yep.
what you want. SPAD.next, babe.
Yeah, because I've seen X's and O's. I know a few people that use that. But I don't think I know anyone that uses SPAD. I'm not sure why.
Where are you landing at?
Tanaka. Oh, so Wanaka, sorry.
Okay, yeah, all right.
I'm just circling the airfield now. You're not far away.
Oh, okay, I see. So all licenses are lifetime licenses with 1 year of free product updates.
Oh, okay.
So you have 1 year of free.
See, I don't know why software companies... I work as a software developer, so I've kind of got an inside story on this, but I don't know why people don't give software away and just sell a
add-on.
a low subscription fee.
Yeah.
Just don't have a product fee, just have a low subscription fee.
Yeah, sure.
Because most people wouldn't mind paying kind of, $10 a year for the software.
But
It's all
compared
about getting people to adopt it, though, right?
compared to Navigraph, which is crazy. I have it. It's like $75 a year or something.
That's for the full thing though with the charts, isn't it?
Yeah, but still, that's kind of what you need if you're
Yeah.
doing. That's what.
If
that's
you're doing
what most
VATSIM,
people
you'd
buy.
need it. Yeah.
Yeah. Like because I'm becoming a VATSIM controller, so
Okay.
I'm in training right now.
How's that going?
Pretty good. I'm in the US. I'm in the Jacksonville RTAC. So basically, I have mid Florida, some of North Carolina, and some of Georgia.
Cool. We'll have to find
At
out when you're
first-
online one night, and we'll come in and hassle you.
That'd be fine. I wouldn't mind. I mean, I'm on the ground, so you can't really annoy me that much.
There's a really great VATSIM controller that a few of us have looked in on his stream from time to time called Has Control on Twitch.
Never heard of it.
He
I mean,
he
this
often
is-
does the whole of the south of England single-handedly. You know, with Heathrow, Gatwick, all the big airports. He's a professional controller. He's very, very good.
Yeah.
But it's quite instructive just to watch him. We always point people towards him that are starting out with radio telephony because he is so good.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. It's a lot of information, really. It took me, I think, I don't know. Usually it takes people like a week to finish just the course online.
Yep.
For just like VATSIM in total.
Yep.
It took me like days because I started it when I was on a road trip, so it was really easy to do.
Thought I'd finish well, you see.
Yes, I had nothing to do, and then what is it called? And then you have to do. Then you sign up for a program, and I signed up for Boston, which is a huge mistake. Boston is like one of the most wanted positions in America,
Right.
and it's so hard to get into. You need to wait like I'm pretty sure people have waited up to a year just to get training.
Right.
And I met this guy that told me to switch to Jacksonville. I mean, in London, I don't know if you know, right now the training times are like 6 months to a
Yeah.
year.
It's mad.
Either way. And actually a lot of people from like Europe go to that USA,
Yeah.
which is USA VATSIM.
Yep.
Because of the waiting times.
Yeah, it's super busy, but then VATSIM is massively busy in Europe. That's half the problem.
Oh, it is.
Well, yeah, because VATSIM started out over here, so it's expanded across the US the last few years. But yeah, so when there's events on in Europe, it's nuts. People drop out of events because there's like an hour wait for takeoff.
Yeah.
Thanks also for teaching me about why, so I can skew or whatever it is.
Oh yes, slew.
Slew, thank you.
Yeah.
No. That's fine.
Cool, I'm down. So, and I've missed the turn for the runway, so I'm going to go across the grass and hope nobody notices. Oh no, I made it, that's fine. So, flaps up. Put my poor little aeroplane back away.
And then you have to take the course for your RTAC, which is basically your group.
Yep.
Which isn't that hard, because I had someone help me with it, so.
But I think a lot of it, though, is just practice again with VATSIM, because you can learn all the theory in the world, but being able to do it under stress and in a calm, methodical manner is the real trick, isn't it?
Yeah, no, but training sessions, sometimes they put you in a sweatbox, which is basically virtual traffic.
Yep.
And it's like a lot of traffic.
Yep.
So basically it's like radio messages that are from AI, and you have to speak back and all that type of stuff, so
Very cool.
interesting.
Right, I am on the ground. I'm just trying to figure out how to open the canopy on this thing. Open door. Is there a lock on it? I can't see one. Do I have to pull the sunshade?
Alright, I'm gonna check out my package here. Yeah, no, but the thing about the thing, like the thing I bought, it's called the Class Echo. It has all these different things, and do you have the honeycomb?
No.
Okay. Well, do you have the Logitech?
I've got the Thrustmaster Airbus stick and quadrant.
Okay. So basically, that was interesting. So basically, it's like I would say it's probably around 6 inches, and by like 4 inches. It's like basically it has everything you need. It has an autopilot panel, has comms, it has autopilot. I already said that. It has comms. It has like controls where you can set your fuel pumps on and stuff. It has all your systems and your settings.
Yeah.
And basically it has a rotary knob that controls everything and it pushes in and out. And then it also has a flight planning page where you can go on U1000 and you can like push in and that controls the in and out.
Hang on, I'm just going to go and...
But it's set, like, it's $80 on Etsy, but it doesn't come with any of the... And then you need to spend like $125 on like an Arduino and touchscreen and stuff.
Yeah.
So.
Right, I'm going to call it a night there. So I've finished my flight, finished at Wanaka, and I'll see you all again soon.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Cool. Right, I've got to figure out how to switch everything off now. Got a whole suite of software to shut down.
I'm gonna go.
Okay, see you soon.
Bye.